People, good evening. How are you doing, people? There's gonna be plenty of builds, yeah. Funeral left. Aye. What am I doing here? Check us.
Let us walk this path to the end.
We got a naval defection. Space pirates. Need to go back to the ship. It gets 22 profit factor.
Know your duty.
Good evening, good evening. What's up? Oda Antiokara entered into a trade war with a competitor in a cold trade. He lost several of his Xenotech procedures. He's in need of a powerful, influential supplier. Authorize the data bank decryption on a personal cogitant. If it works. If it works, I'll give it a shot. See where the personal cogitator is.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Divine watches over us. With each step, I forge my destiny among the
forgot
stars.
how to do the freaking puzzle. We'll need to check the journal and the notes.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Personal cogitator, eh? Very soon we're going to Koronus Expanse. Just to do the funeral. Cogitator. Is that it? Or is it still bugged? Personal cogitate. I just don't see it. That's weird. Not done yet. Okay. I guess they know about all of this. There is no need to report everything. Speak with a gent.
Greetings.
Tell me about your past and to explain the strange words of the cultists on footfall.
Yes, I'm ready. I would ask only one thing of you, rogue trader. If I may, I would like to see the chamber of the sacred warrant and kneel before the relic touched by the Emperor himself. A difficult conversation lies ahead of us, and I wish to pray by the relic before I lay my soul bare.
Let's go. I don't know what it's gonna be. There's gonna be additional things, okay, in a month from now. Bunch of things. And I don't mind, to be honest, playing this game as many times as it takes. Argenta drops to her knees, her hands making the sign of Aquila. Her eyes are locked on the sweeping signature of the warrant, seemingly mundane thing. Merely a flourish on a piece of paper, unless one knows whose hand left the mark and whose blood is on the paper. If thou seest a flaw in me, smite me. If thou knowest a fall of mine, burn me with flames of fury and righteousness. But if thou seest a light in me, grace me. If thou hearest the plea of mine, bless me with breath of fury and of righteousness. Her gentle voice is sonorous, as if made for singing hymns and prayers. Right now she cannot seem to catch her breath, so overwhelmed with the emotion is she. For I breathe by the will of thine, for I live by the law of thine. I carry thy word, O Emperor. I bring solace to the servants of thine, and ruin the foes of thine. A fate of terror and righteousness. Upon finishing, she closes her eyes and remains silent for a long time with her head raised high. Slowly, like the first licks of flame in a campfire, a smile blossoms on her lips. We need to talk, or rather I need to tell you something, the truth about how I ended up on Theodora von Valencia's ship and about the cultists we encountered. Say it. I couldn't trust you before, I'll tell you my story and you'll see why. I'll start at the beginning, it's easier to piece everything together that way. Upon arriving in the Expanse on the footfall, I found no purpose here, only torment. I wasn't needed, the reliquary I had been assigned to safeguard was already well protected by Reverend Hieronymus' mission. No one was even trying to defile it. For its lawlessness, footfall respects worship of the Emperor. Then, that was when the Lady Theodora, head of your dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will in a way. It was from her that I learned about a planet recently discovered by her scouts, Salis Prime. For a rogue trader, the planet was of little interest, a feral world away from convenient warp routes. For me, learning about its existence was a revelation. That was when Lady Theodora, head of the dynasty, appeared. She became an agent of divine will in a way. It was from her that I learned about the planet recently discovered by her scouts, Salis Prime. Learning about its existence was a revelation. Does it belong to von Valancius' dynasty? Yes. Now the planet is yours by right. Description of Salis Prime was familiar to me. It seemed very similar to a world from an ancient legend, the legend of Saint Argenta and her ship, Argenta, the living saint. She's my patroness, the order named me after her. She died millennia ago, when heretics caused her ship to fall from the skies. Even when those blasphemers cannot touch Argenta's ashes on her holy relic, the one star, for the fallen ship, which now serves as a resting place where the saint remains, wouldn't allow the truly righteous to enter. All others would meet their death. Imagine what I felt when this flash of insight came upon me. The world where Saint Argenta's ship fell was merely a vague legend. No one knew its actual whereabouts. Suddenly I, myself named after the saint, come across this information. I realized at the moment that it was important that I must journey to the planet and find the ship. So I asked Reverend Hieronymus to let me go for a time on a personal pilgrimage. I boarded Theodora's ship and demanded passage to newly discovered planet Salis Prime. And what happened next? One star is a relic kept by Saint Argenta. I belong to the order Prodigious. Next happened the defeat. Ship augurs failed to detect anything of note during orbital scanning. According to the legend, the ship can conceal itself from the naked eye. Only a pilgrim guided by a pure heart can find it. There was an ambush on a planet, landed there with a small unit provided by Theodora. That's the first time she heard about the Age of Daybreak. There were some words spoken by the cultists who attacked us on Celis Prime. My unit perished. Only by a miracle I didn't perish along with them. So how did you manage to escape the cultists? Theodora people received a distress call, came to my rescue, brought me aboard the ship. Barely remember what happened. When they arrived, I was already severely wounded, fighting back with whatever remained of my strength. I think I shouted that we had to go after them, but they didn't listen. They took me to the shuttle and pulled out. After that, it's all blackness. When she woke up, they were already in a warp jump. No need to blame yourself. I saw with my own eyes how a member of your family showed his true colors as a servant of the archenemy. So you never found Argenta's ship, is that right? Yes. I insisted on going back to Celis Prime to defend the relic from the heretics. The warp had destroyed the old route to the planet, and the plotting a new one would take a great deal of time and effort. The route was lost, all knowledge of it died in the attack on the ship with the old navigator that died. Now we got a new lead, the data we collected in a cultist shrine on footfall. Will you help me in this undertaking to find the ship again? If it's important to you, I will help. So be it. As I stand here before the warrant, the embodiment of the Emperor's will marked by his own hand, I vow that I will not relent until the holy relic has been returned and the heretics punished. May the light be with us both on this spot. Do not think a lot about numbers, cause all of that can be changed not only on a full release, but with future updates as well. Just don't think about numbers. Think about what the talent does when you pick a talent. How does your party benefit out of the talent? Do you all benefit? Do you only ballistics benefit? Do you only melees benefit? Do you need dodge? Do you need armor? Don't drag yourself into mathematics and calculations, because all of that can be changed. What's important is a talent description, ability description. Numbers do not matter at all. So don't waste your time on mathematics. It's pointless. Let Alkid do the mathematics, you waste your time on reading talents and what they do. Anything with Pascal. I want to know the truth about you. Request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmage Summernut, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from the sacred dogma. What did he do? He fell into the schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amarnath claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain lore, we found ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our fate and all humanity at the end of it. That seems like a theological argument, not a political one. Even those who ascended to the Omnissiah wisdom still bear the seed of imperfection born of their flesh. But the ambitions of individuals mean little when they discuss ritual and belief. Knowledge is a divine, and only argument as to how it must be reached is an argument of ritual and belief. How did you betray Amarnath? The teachings of the blessed Amarnath spread, and word of its reached the conclave of the Connissan's fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amarnath, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Connissan's fleet. That was when I headed to the conclave. I confessed and handed information about my mental research over the conclave, praise and thematic studies for the forbidden lore. Conclave could use the data to summon Archmagus Amarnath to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitores. His subsequent fate is unknown to me. You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should. I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the elective differences that divide us. So why you go to Raikat Minores? I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the blessed Amarnath personal code and could be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain, we were in danger. I had to go to Raikat Minores. Who is Abel? I never met him, but I think he was a person of worth. The phrase that came from his lips indicates he was in contact with right men. I preserved his cortical implant and absorbed the information it contained. However, the large amounts of data memories are encoded with a cipher yet unfamiliar to me. And what now? I was wrong when I assumed it was blessed Archmagus Amarnath who assumed the guise of Abel Hanuman. There is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel. I intended to uncover the nature of this link. Is she voice acted?
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Shireen. I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Shireen. I will watch your back if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
You don't look like a typical smuggler.
No truer words have ever been said. I'm far more exciting than some small-time peddlers from Footfall. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jai Amira Fatqin Tamiri Ash Ifrit, the 12th daughter of the Lord of Ifrit, a distant world at the fringes of the Imperium. The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become, and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was an entire world of opportunities beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape the planet. Which I did a long time ago.
Why come to Koronus Expanse?
The Koronus Expanse. A gorgeous name, isn't it? But this backwater wasn't my original destination when I escaped, Shireen. Oh no, it was the rumors of incredible freedom that brought me to the Koronus Expanse. Freedom that is generously bestowed upon everyone who can survive in these parts. All doors are open here. You can become a saint, a mogul, a kingmaker, or anyone you like, really. Here, hard work pays off. Unless you're used to lying by the roadside and complaining instead of toiling for the good of your soul, glory, wallet, or whatever floats your boat. I'm used to working hard, so I found my blessing.
How did you escape from Ifrit?
I convinced my father I personally wished to oversee the inspection of imported goods. I had to get experience so I wouldn't bring shame on our family, didn't I? I made friends with traders, missionaries, and soldiers at the port. I listened to their stories, studied the charts, learned what documents I had to forge to escape the planet. A kind word here, a shiny coin there. And here I am, in the iron belly of a ship, braving the void in search of a new life.
Judging by your implants, you have quite a few close shaves over the years.
Consider it a mark of my trade. This here? Xenos. Dumb-headed orcs. Who knew that we weren't the only ones to get tempted by the wreck of an Imperial raider? As for this treasure, I received it as a reward for a life that had been just a little too good. I was in a hurry to get to the Adeptus Amasakos after the Exalted One blessed me with immense wealth. I was 2 back streets away from the den when a pathetic ashmag attacked me, envious of somebody else's fortune. I learned my lesson and started taking the longer way around. Except I haven't had any big windfalls since. All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
Was there some business you wish to discuss?
Oh, Shireen, I did manage to spark your interest. Allow me to invite you to a more private place. My words are meant for your ears alone.
The Exalted One himself brought us together the day you crossed Vladheim threshold. He led us to cargo and gave his blessing for its return. Do you know what people of my world say when such thing happens? What's gained is to be shared with your neighbor. She points at the containers in front of her. One contains a polished Eldari rifle, a rare model, and the other holds an ornate sword. I'm sharing what I've gained with you. Accept these humble gifts in honor of wildly successful, though suddenly struck friendship. A wanderer portent and a bloodseeker clave. Accept it with gratitude, and you would appreciate the Xenos mastery of their craft. So, the matter I wanted to discuss with you is related to my business. You know that I sell Xeno artifacts to interested Imperial subjects. Business is going well, my network runs even without my participation. When it comes to expansion, that's where I hit a wall. Rivals envious of my success, Falco especially. I'm certain the theft of the cargo was his doing, but I can never predict what the Ashmeg will do next. While the Imperium authority may be fragmented in the Expanse, it will crack down on people of my profession at any moment. Go on. If the rogue trader put in a good word for me with the servants of the Adeptus Administratium, I could become an official trade representative of the Imperium. Just imagine it, a little scrap of paper will offer me and my agents protection against Ashmag schemes, far better than any refractor field. Even if the Inquisition will have to think twice before they mess with me, because I'll be a representative of the law in my own right. And the best part of all is that it will cost you precisely nothing. All you have to do is stop by the Administrative Palace and obtain a certificate from the Master of Seals. My informants tell me that the palace is located on Dargonus, your capital world. You see how everything has aligned so wonderfully. And of course I will repay you in kind. And how do I benefit out of it? Besides being in receipt of my eternal gratitude, won't it be beneficial to have someone in your retinue with a weight of authority behind them rather than just another pawn? One slip of paper and I will be able to extend my network to systems far beyond footfall. My agents will be your eyes and ears throughout the expanse. I shall take it into consideration. Perhaps your thoughts will move in the right direction with a little encouragement from me. You must have some faction in mind that you would like to establish relations with. The severe Drusians, the hot-headed pirates of Kasbalika. You merely need to use the right words. Look a key for a lock and people will open their hearts to you or their wallets. I will arrange everything, you merely have to ask. I would like to arrange a better deal with the Adeptus Mechanicus. Not a problem. I will have my people put in a good word for you in the right circles. We gain 2,000 reputation with explorators. If you change your mind about my proposal, you can always find me nearby on a bridge. Just say the word and I'll come. Lucrative opportunity. Have I ever played Underrail? Not yet. It's on my Steam account for 3 years. And I haven't got time to play Underrail. 3 years on my Steam account. I will play it. For sure. One of the games that I always wanted to play is Underrail.
May the Exalted One protect you. Have you grown bored with our little talk, Shireen?
Why you call me Shireen?
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite different from the one spoken in the Koronus Expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly commoners our base passions and desires. Take Agi, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Agi means evil and foe and pathetic worm unworthy of consideration. Or take Ashmag. It means fool and little brother and blind man who stumbled and would fall into a pit without guidance. Shireen means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are.
Did you know Theodora von Valancius?
It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions was far too great. Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe, and I, a pathetic commoner, was nothing next to her. But you were kind to me, Shireen, and in my eyes that puts you above your esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you.
Tell me about the dark side of Koronus Expanse.
The dark side is the real Koronus Expanse, if you ask me. But what do you want to know about it, Shireen?
How do they do things in Footfall?
Dynasty heirs drink with criminals, rogue traders strike deals with the Kasbalika, and dozens of ships stop off for a welcome break from a long voyage. Is there a more beautiful place in the entire Imperium? The Emperor is merciful to the meek and the powerful alike. There's a job for everyone as long as they have a head on their shoulders. And if you feel like talking to him in person, the statue of the Exalted One can be seen from any asteroid. You can pray to your heart's content.
Tell me about Kasbalik.
An ancient crime cartel that originated with the first settlers of the Calixis sector. It is run by shadowy clans with robber barons at the helm. Cross their path, and you risk making enemies all over the Koronus Expanse, or even the entire Imperium. As for the agents, they are just shameless, greedy scum. Every third person on Footfall is a Kasbalikan, but it doesn't mean all that rotten filth is acting together. I've been set up more than once, just so some Kasbalikan can get one over on his rivals. And yet, the Kasbalika is generous to its customers, if you can afford it. Anything can be obtained, organized, and transported for the right price. The customer is always right, unless they happen to be a rat, in which case...
Vision perceived. Scum, rotten fish, rats. Giant mess briefly slipped when she started using words that have no place in vocabulary of someone from the upper strata of the Imperium. Are you one of Kazbalika's robber barons?
What gave you such an outrageous idea? Was it my immaculate garment? My gorgeous jewelry? Do not worry, Shireen. I will let you know once I become a baroness. Should the Exalted One will it? Just imagine the strong and fruitful alliance that could be forged between a rogue trader and a mastermind of the Kazbalika.
How did you become a Kazbalikan agent?
It's not hard to do on Footfall. I spent a year working for good old Christo. He was a brave soldier who gave up the ghost in the scuffle with orcs, and then took over his business. Having a good head on your shoulders and keeping the Exalted One in your heart helps to establish new contacts quickly. Eventually, I gathered enough group of honest and loyal people, and it only took a few successful contracts for the Kazbalika to take notice. I quickly settled on Footfall and started dispensing my wisdom to my protégés and subordinates. I lost the taste for getting my hands dirty.
Tell me about the cold trade.
It really is simple, Shireen. The Kazbalika runs the Imperium's black market, offering special goods to those who can afford their services. Yes, I am talking about Xeno artifacts too. Alien weapons, technology, sometimes even certain kinds of living creatures. Unlike the rogue traders, whose secret warrants makes them immune even to the laws of the Exalted One, Kazbalikan agents are used to hiding and covering their tracks. Nobody wants to draw unwanted attention, no matter who might take an interest. Especially now that the Koronus Expanse has a warrior of the Golden Throne as its watchman. Why not? The decision is yours, Shireen.
Tell me about your business in the Koronus Expanse.
My trade means knowing the right people and non-people, having the right connections, and making sure the precious goods find their way into the hands of my no less precious customers. My wisdom includes the knowledge of the enemies of humankind, be they Xenos or the lowest scum of the Imperium, as well as the latest knowledge about how they charge for any particular curio at the Footfall Market. Not even the most cunning Arji will deceive you as long as I am with you, Shireen. I promise you that. Whatever I have can be yours too, if your unfathomable wealth isn't enough for you already, I mean.
Do you do business with enemies of humanity?
It has been known to happen. After years of dealing with Xenos, I've learned their customs, and even got a grasp of their language. Except they cringe whenever I start speaking. Arrogant sods. They dislike even our voices, but they never turn away our valuables. Then again, I'm used to seeing sour faces. In this trade, the easily offended go out of business.
Perhaps your knowledge will serve one Valancius Protectorate.
I have no doubt you will have to deal with Xenos sooner or later. When that time comes, Shireen, you will thank the Exalted One for sending me to stand at your side.
You got many talents.
Thank you, Shireen. Being able to read and write is chief among them. You may not be aware, but this science is beyond the abilities of billions of Imperial subjects. And yet they happily keep drudging along in their factories, fundi, and assembly lines. Me? I didn't escape Ifrit to consign myself to such misery. It was literacy that paved my path to copied orders, forged signatures, counterfeited papers. The wonderful things that make the wheels of bureaucracy turn in the right direction.
Are you really that rich?
Compared to the rabble on Footfall, perhaps. Compared to you. Be it power or money, I still have a long way to go. I could purchase one of Footfall's asteroids, but not a planet. I could subjugate a few gangs from the shady districts, but not Vladium. And so the answer to your question is no. I do not consider myself rich. I am not rich enough.
You could be sitting back, reaping the fruits of your own work, so why have you chosen to embrace The city's use all life aboard the voidship.
You're fun to talk. I grew tired of scribing endless contracts and agreements neatly tucked away on footfall. Well, I did that for how many years? But here, among the stars, you are always balanced on a knife edge. Nothing thrills me more than the tension of a warp jump, or the danger that lurks around every corner on a planet. Footfall was beginning to make me fat and stupid, Shireen. I do not want that. I am counting on life in your retinue being more exciting than sitting behind a desk in my office.
What about your gang that stayed back in Footfall? Do you trust them?
Do I trust the Trickster twins? By the Exalted One, no. The underhanded rogues of Footfall came up with that name for a reason. The tricks of those frenzied ashmags are all about things far more intriguing than the honest and law-abiding subjects of the Imperium can imagine. On the other hand, this is why I am keeping them close. Kor and Tora know who lifted them out of the cesspit proudly called the Shadow Quarters, and who has been feeding that ravenous beast their insatiable lust for lucre. No, they are not going to betray me if only because they know I am now a part of your entourage, Shireen. They're not going to let the biggest pie in the Imperium pass them by without trying to get a slice for themselves.
Tell me about the Xenos.
Vicious, cruel, dangerous beasts. Humans hold little interest for Xenos. We are entertainment for them, a means to keep boredom at bay. A commodity. But some of them contact us once in a while using their own people. Do not deceive yourself by thinking you are safe because there are no Xenos inside. Those Agi are as cunning as they are ruthless. They cleverly pull at the strings of spies and traitors, subjugate those who do not fall for the promised reward, transform the ones who resist their promises into soulless puppets. The Emperor watches over me, and that is why I still haven't succumbed to the fate of many of my associates who have lost their lives to the stringy scoundrels. I think we've said all there is to say on this topic.
Get off my ship. That's it for now.
Oh.
We need to go to the funeral, and then we can finally traverse to the Koronus Expanse. Before we do that, I could check the trading as well, before we move on. Anything with double R?
Lord Captain.
Nope.
Lord Captain.
Where's Heinrichs?
To what do I owe this visit?
Tell me about the cult of the Final Dawn.
The cult's ordinary members are humans who have been corrupted by the archenemy, traitors to the Imperium, and accomplices of chaos. Participation in the cult's rituals always entails brainwashing, literally and figuratively. The longer cult members spend among other cultists, the less critically they think, and the more closely they resemble obedient livestock, stripped of their fear and instinct for self-preservation. The worst of them go to their deaths without an inkling of doubt, ready to take hundreds and thousands of souls with them. As for those at the top of the cult's hierarchy, we have not yet managed to get a lead on all of the cult's leaders. I imagine that some of them are hiding in the depths of the Koronus Expanse, but those who are orchestrating the fanatics on nearby worlds are hiding very well indeed, or receiving protection from above.
What is your mission regarding the cult?
I need to confirm the reports from my agents. According to them, one of the cult's leaders is in the Kiava Gamma segment, an industrial world within the dominion of the Von Valancius dynasty. I hope you won't impede my investigation.
Would you mean protection from above?
Governors, commanders, rogue traders. History is full of those who neglect their duty to the Golden Throne and seek allies in the wrong places.
You seem to have been investigating this cult for some time.
We discovered the first traces of it as soon as we arrived in the Koronus Expanse. Since then, the more we learn, the better we see just how far the roots of this blight extend. Destroying individual cells is pointless. We must cut this beast off at its head. As you wish.
You want to discuss the nature of your mission?
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
Thank you for finding opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. I welcome you. Your enthusiasm is commendable. The business then, the cult of the Final Dawn, the madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of Koronus Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers of the capital world of your domain. The Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter that he is willing to show lenience toward my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I'm surprised the Lord Inquisitor is not the type of indulge the weakness of soul and mind, even if someone who only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. You got spies on one Valencius world. Person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary in the administrative department of Dargonus. The planet governor and Theodora were fully aware of his status. His duty is to fulfill the sacred oath to the Golden Throne and eliminate threats to the Imperium, which the Koronus Expanse has in abundance. His name is Achilles Calendar. As soon as we contact Dargonus, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. I'm sure you will appreciate the presence of such an advisor among your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words at least occasionally. A chaos cult in my protectorate. Heinrichs are laying an accusation against my dynasty. Chaos treads softly. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They can remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruit presents itself. The emergence of a cult on one of the rogue trader planets does not mean the dynasty head himself is a chaos worshipper. Having said that, it should be noted that Theodora von Valencius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedoms granted by the warrant. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. If it's indeed so, it is in your best interest to do whatever necessary to redeem yourself, and then perhaps you will get a chance to salvage your dynasty reputation. Tell me about the cult of Final Dawn. Chaos worshippers, most often agents of the throne, run into lone renegades stirring up the rebel, insane prophets and hysteric visionaries preaching the end of days. A passing comment, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and the blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne were spent before we established the connection between those heretics. However, the cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than the gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Koronus Expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people of the Imperial world. There's a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close. And finally, they have enough military power to have had 2 ships that we had sent after them, later discovered as wreckage. Growing difficulty in making war jumps is detrimental to us, but it's unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in wild sorcery day in, day out. After the events on Raikad Minoris, I suspect the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale domain, but the largest reports indicate it is your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. So what now? The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Koronus Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. We met a Chaos Marine on Raikad Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of Chaos Space Marines in the Koronus Expanse and not an entire company. I won't let anyone throw their weight around my worlds, be they servants of Chaos, Xenos, or heretics. Commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fates of billions of people and dozens of Imperial worlds in his hands. Which is why you need to be even more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in the roots. The writing is just great. Okay. Every single conversation. I don't know which one is better. Why did your suspicion fall on Kiava-Gamma? Disjointed pieces of data that finally merged into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago, a vessel from the world arrived on footfall. The reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. Anything else, Heinrichs? Let me put it this way, you may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I'm here to help you in the fight against foes you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in the uprooting the heresy that has sprouted in the von Valancius worlds while their master was away. And I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. Thank you for sparing the time. I believe this is the best writing so far, okay? I believe this is the best writing so far. Not that the Owlcat writing always is good in their games, it is, okay? But I believe this is the best that I've seen. I really believe so. And not only in Owlcat, okay? The writing and how it goes with this game right now, it's on the verge with Planescape Torment. I really mean it. There is not a single wasted word in conversations. A single wasted word to say, oh man, this is like delaying my time. They're talking about nonsense and so on. Everything is connected to the main quest, side quest, to those personal stories, but connected in a good way. There is nothing bad about writing that, you know, like everything that I read so far. I would say, like, stop wasting my time. This is not important. Everything is fucking important. Even the rumors. They describe the world of 40k really well. For those that want to read. It's literally like a good book, but you're looking at it.
To what do I owe this visit?
Not to mention when the voice acting is present. I want the Inquisition to take care of Idira. Rid me of her. You can kill Idira, man. Holy shit, the options.
Lord Captain, your presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first meeting, I was concerned that he would turn out to be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
Better than writing in Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was written by a horny 15-year-old teenager. Okay. I can't compare. Like, literally, it was written by someone that never seen a dick or a pussy in their life, man. That's Baldur's Gate 3 writing. Horny freaking teenager. Geno! Hey! Be right back in a second. Oh. Are you ready to tell me more about yourself now?
If such is the rogue trader's wish, although there isn't much I can tell, I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to know?
Where do you hail from?
Now that I can tell you, I come from everywhere and nowhere. I am the child of officers of the Imperial Guard. I was born in the hold of a warship. Grew up following my parents' deployments from one planet to another, and lost my family in the flames of a righteous war. My memory is like wafts of smoke over a still battlefield. The grey of a ship's plating, the strict cadence of life in military camps. My mother's uniform. I loved looking at it. Then, that battle, the rumbling, the shouting, and the soot, the screams of soldiers burning alive, and the gold of the regiment's Aquila, untouched by soot or blood, the last unsullied piece of a world that was going mad. That was my last memory of my mother, and of my former life, before the Scholar Preganium and the novitiate, before my trials, before the vows.
What about the golden shard you carry with you?
My own relic. It's the regiment's Aquila, or rather, the fragment that survived the attack, the explosions, and the fire. For me, it's a reminder that purity and radiance can be preserved, even in the heart of darkness.
So how did you become one of Adeptus Sororitas?
Become? Such a strange word for it. It seems right, but is that how one talks about their destiny? If you're asking about the path itself, that's easy enough to answer. First, like many other Imperial orphans, I endured the Scholar Preganium. Those years were rough, but I remember the hardship fondly. Few things can compare with the feeling of satisfaction from a past trial. even if it leaves your body aching from exhaustion, or your soul wincing in pain. I was one of the best among my peers, and I was selected for the novitiate in the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. When the hour came, I passed the trials and took my vows. Most joyous day of my life. The Emperor's light has always been with me, but to accept it with all your heart, to utter the oaths, that is a rapture like no other.
Wished a different life.
Have I ever... But that would be shameful weakness, almost heresy. Of course not. I was born for this. I live by the Emperor's will, and in his light, I myself am the light. I must be the light. For myself, and for those who ask for my protection. I was chosen to serve. But beyond that, I won't deny it. Few things elate me as much as the thought the heretic felled by my shot will never again orphan an Imperial girl. It is my pleasure to be candid.
I would like to discuss the Celis Prime and the relic you want to find.
Of course, my mission is all I can think about.
Tell me about Saint Argenta.
Gladly. Listen. Long ago, there was a blessed world. Thousands of stars covered the sky there, so bright that its denizens hardly knew the darkness of night. Thousands of rivers nurtured the soil. Thousands of gardens bloomed every spring, and at every moment, thousands of prayers were flying into the clear air, thanking and praising the Emperor.
It's not only Argenta voice acting that is 10 out of 10. All characters, all companions are really voice acted well. It's not only Argenta, and the one I'm most curious about is the one without voice acting. It's Pascal, because I believe Pascal will have the best voice acting in a game. From the little I heard, he's gonna be absolutely the best. They did him really well.
But one day, the people learned the meaning of darkness. Like a storm, accursed heretics who had sold themselves to the archenemy descended upon the planet. Shells flew from the sky that desolated whole cities and burned the gardens and filled the riverbeds with the blood of the faithful. Smoke and soot swallowed the skies and the 1,000 stars that had once shone over the world.
And also the thing you gotta have in mind, there are no jokes in the game at all. Okay, it's a serious game. And the only jokes that happen from time to time are from Pascal, where he's that serious, but it is funny when he's that serious, and that's the only thing where you can actually laugh during conversations.
Among the handful of survivors was one orphan who had watched all her family die, and the garden she'd grown up in burned to ash. But in her heart, she knew the absolute truth. Just these 3 words. The Emperor protects. And knowing that, she never looked away from the black, terrifying, smoke-covered sky. There were no more bright stars to be seen, except for one. The one star. The bright star. The silver star shone in the sky. And when the orphan smiled at it, the one star fell right into her hands. All the faithful in every corner of the continent who saw the trail of the falling star recognized it as an omen and went looking for the place where it landed. And they rallied together. And with the light of the one star, they found their salvation.
The girl from the story that was Saint Argenta.
Yes, that was the beginning of her hagiography. It is known that she lived on a world where heretics staged a terrible insurrection. They wiped out all life on the planet, except those whom Saint Argenta managed to save with the one star. and with the strength of her faith. After that, she traveled between worlds gripped by turmoil on her ship, marked with a silver star, and brought hope to the faithful. Numerous accounts confirm this. Her coming helped people turn the tide of the war and wipe away corruption before the main Imperial forces even arrived. Millions of people owed their lives to her, but the heretics, having realized their imminent defeat, sent the remnants of their forces after the ship with the Silver Star. It fell from the skies onto an obscure world. There are no definitive records of how old Argenta was at the time. In some chronicles, she's even called the Child Saint, but their credibility is questionable. Either way, she didn't live long, but she left a bright trail in her wake, like a falling star.
So what is the one star?
If I only knew. Neither the hagiography nor the legends give a straight answer. Classical iconographers believed that the star turned into a banner woven from silver thread, which, when brought onto the battlefield, would shed light that blinded only heretics, but did no harm to the faithful. Most of them portrayed Saint Argenta as a girl carrying this banner. Others think that upon falling from the sky, the one star became a holy chainsword, which Argenta later used to strike down monsters and enemies of the Imperium. In some of the earlier engravings, Argenta is depicted wearing power armor with a silver star on her chest. One theological theory suggests that this armor was, in fact, the relic. Some even think that the one star is actually the ship on which Argenta traveled.
To me, it sounds like a ship.
I feel that my undertaking will be fulfilled when I find the answer that has eluded the Ecclesiarchy for millennia. I pray we find the way to Salus Prime soon. The ruinous powers must be aligned against us. They stand in the way of faith. To find the way to the planet called Salus Prime, Saint Argenta is my patroness, and that is where her fallen ship is. And it must also be the resting place of her great relic, the one star. One day we will reach Salus Prime.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Nothing.
I have enjoyed your company.
And now, to the funniest part of the game. The funeral. Each time that the quest makes me laugh, man. It's fucking hilarious.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let us walk this path to the end.
Side door here, god damn it. I need one more clue for them to discover that. Elite chainsaw. Sanctified staff. Gives heretic trophies in this Dino art. Gifts. Jewelry, ship components. Oh, we got jewelry. Cannot be buried or dodged. The arm pen.
Let the faith guide my path.
Let's
to
go.
glory.
Do the funeral.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Low humble voice is quiet, doesn't gaze is shifting. Tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams of his muscular body. His expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put an air of friendliness. Greetings, you must be. He glances at the scroll in his mechanical hand implant. Master Fidelio. All the guests have arrived. You're the last on the list. We couldn't well start without you. Your presence is absolutely vital. Play along, of course, I'm Fidelio. Please, we can talk later. Chaplain is about to begin. What is this? Tomfoolery. Curious habit introducing yourself with a first name offered to you. Let's see how long you can keep up the ruse. Look around with awareness. Oh shit! Don't troll from the start! Such a huge chance to succeed, man, it's a fucking fail. We're gonna see what happens now, I don't know. I don't wanna compare with beta and alpha, I care about what's happening right now for the quest. How many acts will be in the release? Prologue, epilogue, and 5 to 6 acts in the middle. Same like in Vred. Okay, you can expect the same game
Know
length.
your duty.
Now it doesn't matter if it's 5, 6, or 7 acts. What matters is how long the acts are. The gathering you found yourself, it seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the lieged residence. You notice that most of these gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests looks like they're covering the exit. Few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Your appearance has definitely attracted everyone's attention. Just about every guest here keeps glancing at you, and some are clearly watching you every move, even though they're trying not to show it. I wonder who this Fidelio is and why they cannot start proceedings until he or she appears. Judging by the way the fellow with the list was talking about him, it's someone very important. It's not a name I've heard before. Never heard this name before. What is this place and what is going on here? I sense neither sorcery nor warp influence. However, every other attendee has military-grade implants. Almost all of them are armed. See those two? They act like they're just strolling about, but they're really covering the exit. And so is the pair over there. We shouldn't let our guard down at this gathering. Something is afoot. For my next run, we're gonna come here with Jai and Idira to see conversation with them as well. Join! Uncover Fidelio's identity. Transistor, what's up? Blizzard never disappoints. You wanna play the next 3 World of Warcraft add-ons, you have to pay an extra of $40 for 2 days early access. What, World of Warcraft still exists? It's not shut down. People still play that shit after 20 years. What are they doing? Collecting flowers? For 20 years. Can't believe it. What a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of fate burning, and an example to all future generations, the most noble and unforgettable Master Belardio. This last, the fussy administrative clerk, speaks in a strained voice and keeps picking at a paper with a text on it. His speech drags on and on, blending into monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Belardio. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Belardio's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. Ah, there was a BlizzCon. That's how you know. And what do they say about Diablo 4? Will they expand the shop? Or, let me guess, they probably announced a new DLC. 40 to 60 bucks DLC. You can ride a bull instead of a horse. And the bull costs 60 bucks. A formidable looking man dressed in an attire of ecclesiarchy missionary glares at the gathered crowd, and here you all are, you vultures. Let's offer a prayer. If you think that the Emperor or the messenger of his will, in other words myself, does not see into your vile souls, you're sorely mistaken. I wasn't referring to Master Fidelio. At least Dance himself wanted to see him at his funeral, but the rest, I know every one of you, and I would be astonished to discover anyone here who truly mourns this loss. So go ahead, pray for Belardio's soul. Soon the flames will take him. A fitting end for life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of Aquila and pointedly turns away from attendees. Warcraft 3 was your childhood game. I used to play Warcraft 3 as well and Frozen Throne, but did not expect Warcraft 4 is probably gonna have a shop.
Let us walk this path to
Just
the
forget
end.
about Blizzard, they don't exist anymore.
We should deal with this.
Forget about him. That's a dead company. Looks like a lot, like a deliberately set trap meant to collapse a part of the building.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
A book of remembrance. Among the words of parting and praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out, repentance, with a signature underneath. Fidelio, the letters are crabbed and barely legible.
We are bound
Pay
by the
attention.
blood of martyrs.
without me.
All levels are situated between huge supports resembling scaffolding. It seems a new concept for the interior design was started before the previous one could be implemented. Self-firing trap wasn't placed here by accident. Oh my god. But it was a... You know, don't touch that. Once we're done with the funeral, we're going up the Koronus Expanse where the big map opens up. I can't wait to see it. Better prepare the body of the grey-haired man lying in a coffin that did a good job. Even in death he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns, he peers at it with suspicion, then he gasps, astonished, almost dazed, albeit this is quite a meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. Take a good look at the deceased. Arrgh! Abelard, who is this? The words that used would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Yarikan Dance, known back in the days of one of the most notorious pirates in the Koronus Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. He was a menace back then. How long was it? 60 years ago. I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. How old is Abelard? 80, 90, 100 years old? Well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance. Quite literally, by the throne I would have danced a jig on the spot. But now I don't know, no more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? Is this normal for footfall? Folks in footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirates come a few paces away from the leashed residence. No one has heard of Dance for so many decades. I barely recognize him myself, and I've seen his face on pics a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it if they were calling him Mr. Belarde? Now I remember, Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Belarde as one of the biggest donors to the temple. He repented. We got a repentant sinner. That's the story.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Adelia. The girl, dressed in expensive clothes, raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious voice, "Hello. Where are your parents? Have you ever heard the name Fidelia? It's someone my dad is very mad at, but dad is always mad at everyone. At grandpa, mom, Dagan, Chaplain. Someone left some strange words in the book of remembrances. They were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. That would have been a funny prank. I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who's not on the list, but also someone nobody would suspect. Where are your parents? My dad is Kaz Belarde. He's with the guests and my mom ran away. They told me she hates dad and grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss grandpa. He was the nicest. And what are you doing here? Waiting. I was gonna cry and didn't want anyone else to see. My name is Adelia Belarde. My grandpa is in the coffin. The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass, the strength will return, and your courage will never leave you. Adelia Christ, he smiled and just not serious. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. The word kept appearing in our house. Nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when I was little. He always smiled when he saw it, but then later, when I was a little bigger and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing. And after that, when he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, 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 even in his bedroom. One time he pointed at the word and said something very weird about dead eyes. And about cobras going to class. What did you say, cobras going to class? Are you sure this is what your grandfather said? Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him. And this one time he just started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was a little funny. Cobra get to class, he said. Perhaps this is the old Navy officer in me talking, but I'm almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see. Maybe. Take my leave.
The Divine watches over us.
Table with drinks.
I better myself through my service.
Know what smell to this, Amasek? It seems very likely that the drink has been poisoned. First mate Dagon. Master Fidelio. How did Belardo die? Badly. He went downhill real fast. Just a year ago he was still living it up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutants, and then all of a sudden he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him. He had plenty of those, both from the old days and more recent ones, like when somebody tried to bump him off 12 years back, I think it was. Did he ever mention repentance to you? No. But I know what you're talking about. The scribbles in his home, right? It happened, alright? That writing just appeared out of nowhere. On the walls, the mirrors, and always the same word. Repentance. I told him to get up Psyker to check his house for sorcery. But he said no. Too pricey, I guess. He said something about that, now he had already paid too much for repentance. Not a lot of Psykers around, and a single one of them will cost you as much as a team of top-notch bruisers. Degen Otio, first mate of Dan's ship, Master Belardo. I have a good idea what role you played under his command. They used to call me Torch. He's Jerrican, I'm Torch. Those were the days. Gas Belardo. Man of intermediate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Master Fidelio, I've heard so much about you. Here you are at last, in the flesh. We've never been introduced. Pardon me, Cas Belardo, I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death. If I was the one lying in the box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either. As son, feelings are complicated. I wasn't a good son, old Dance wasn't a good father, but I did miss him in my own way. He always seemed timeless to me, not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are. Did your father ever talk to you about repentance? That's hilarious. Even good old Chaplain doesn't tell me to repent. He gave up on me long ago, and my old dad, he gave up on me long before that. You mean that repentance? Those stupid ghosts, or whatever it was. I'm pretty sure my father did it himself, the senile old cook. Or maybe it was my daughter messing around. Where else could those words come from? What words are you talking about? You don't know. Out of the blue, writing started appearing on a wall in our house. Just one word, repentance. Big sprawling scribbles, like a child's handwriting. The first one appeared about 10 or so years back. The help kept whispering about it being the work of ghosts. But for some reason the old man didn't want to do anything about it, and he told me not to. The writing amused him somehow. Whenever he'd see repentance crash on the wall, he'd just grin. What did Belardo die of? Debauchery, old wounds. By the end my old dad was more implant than a man. especially after the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, you see, about 12 years ago. And what is it that you heard about me? That you were very close with. Forget it, I didn't mean anything by it. Just making conversation.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Mr. Fidelio, my regards. Chaplain is left. Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression, a tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with the adept of true faith. Chaplain gives you a friendly nod, but his gaze is intense, like he's trying to get a sense of who you are. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fidelio. I prefer to go by Chaplain. It is both my name and my occupation. You know, it's funny how despite being dense, that is to say Mr. Belardio's closest associate and confessor, I never heard of you, the man he chose to be his sole heir. I'm glad, of course, that the inheritance didn't go to any of the other vultures, but I'm still curious why you. We were especially close. Truth to be told, I don't even know myself. We were especially close. Unsurprising, Dance did like remarkable people and he knew how to get people to like him. Given your speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees. I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me. So I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal, to bite a chunk out of Dan's estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves. But it's just that I'm sickened by the thought that such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is drunk and a weakling. His friend Dagan, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with incredibly bloated ego. His widow made it off on the family yacht in the direction of the Ma while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 browny, good-looking young fellows. 5 browny, good-looking young fellows. His wife scrammed away with 5 brown, good-looking young fellows. Damn that. I'd like to believe that he didn't choose you as his heir on whim, Mr. Fidelio. At least you had the guts to come here into a nest of vipers who despise you because Dan's money and property slipped through their fingers. I respect the kind of audacity, and so did he. A question, if I may. How was it that a Ecclesiarchy missionary came to be a friend and associate of a famous pirate? Do you know why they call me Chaplain? It's because I was the priest of Dan's ship in his wilder days. If you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There are plenty of heretic scum among the pirates of the Expanse, but Dan's wasn't one of them. He was a true believer, and shared more of the Imperium ideals than some of those stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will. We owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that. And the ones he robbed were mostly types that no true Imperial would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics, not all of them of course, but the Emperor will judge if Dance was a decent man. On the matter of inheritance, when can I claim it? Just can't wait, can you? After the funeral, Dance will be delivered into the flames, then we will announce his last will and testament, and you will officially come into your inheritance. Got a strong suspicion that someone here wants me dead. You don't say. How can this be? Someone wants the sole heir of tremendous fortune dead in the place where the other contenders deprived of the riches he have gathered. If you, Mr. Fidelio, really are worthy of Dan's name, you will deal with these minor vicissitudes. Consider this my blessing. The Emperor protects anyone who deserves it, that is. Settle the inheritance question.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
You hear someone delicately clearing their throat. The source of this sound turns out to be administrative clerk you saw next to Chaplain. His clothes are neat and impeccably pressed. His face, however, reveals extreme nervousness, bordering on fear. My good Master Fidelio, I do hope you're satisfied with the services provided by our establishment. I beg of you, help me, but please keep your voice down. We can't let anyone hear us. It's a matter of life and death. What? Please understand, it's very difficult to get by on football with my wages and Imperial Regulation 4038L on post-mortal service workers on peripheral world directly prohibits the chief operator of the crematorium from leaving their workplace for any reason other than sleep, food, severe illness, and administration of sacraments. Therefore, I'm practically forced, to look for other sources of income that allow me to stay within the walls of this here establishment. I've set up a little, shall we say, enterprise. I replace the implants of VCs with identical replicas and sell them to the right people when I have a shipment ready. Well, you can say it's Fidelio mission, but yeah. I just prepared a new batch of superb, unique implants of the highest quality, but I got careless. I used my first sick leave in standard years, and it was on the very day that Master Belardo passed away, and his family was quick to organize a ceremony in our crematorium. I simply don't have time to prepare, and now my container full of goods is in the furnace, and if you don't help me, they're going to burn it any minute. So you hid valuables in a crematorium furnace. I've been hiding them there for 10 years now, and quite successfully, I might add. Only the richest citizens can afford the services of a crematorium, and sadly they don't die that often. Usually I sell the goods before the next body arrives, but I got unlucky this time. Help me, I beg of you. What are you offering in return? Could you please get a furnace and pull the container with implants out of there? We'll split the goods 50-50, you can even have first pick. Just please hurry. They'll soon be putting the coffin with old Belardo where it belongs, and then poof, it will be reduced to ash, and my prices of metics along with it. Why did you decide to ask me specifically for help? There's no one else to turn to. All the guests here are scoundrels, murderers, or crooks. Or all three at once. I was going to send in a servitor, but only personal servitors of House Belardo are allowed into that courtyard today. And I don't have that access codes. You're all I left. And I can tell you're an upstanding individual with the most noble countenance too. The moment I saw you, I knew he is the one who will save me. I will help you on the following condition. You see, I'm most definitely Master Fidelio. I'm afraid I misplaced some of my documents. If you make me a copy of everything you can find in the archives that has my name on it, you'll get your contraband. Of course, will do. You'll be most pleased with the results. Just help me for Throne's sake. Throne preserve you, make it look like you're just having a look around. It's a lot easier for you to wander into the restricted area without arousing suspicion than it is for me. Find the container. It's in the far corner. I'm most certainly, definitely Master Fidelio.
Know your duty.
To the crematorium.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Steel door. Space reserved for coffins.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Let us walk this path to the end. No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean. That is contempt.
Whatever you wish.
I will.
My ears are ringing.
Watches over us.
Just a minor setback.
How dare you?
Don't tell me I got injuries. They need to do it faster. 6 injuries at once.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Remember, innocence proves nothing.
For the Emperor.
You are in the...
What is it,
They
Ronan?
fear to look at me.
Sins hidden in the heart.
Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline. Pain of this mortal flesh
I'm restless.
means nothing. I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
What ails you? I won't object to it.
The Emperor protects. The Emperor commands.
They're on fire, put them out! Your lordiness, are you alright? Did you hit anything? Any bad burns? You fell right through the ceiling and it's mighty high up. Do you happen to know who Fidelio is? That man wasn't there, that Fid lad. He used to live under the 5th void, and his hussy kept yelling all like, my Fido. Fidelio, Fid, same deal, right? Who are you and what are you doing down here? We live here is all your lordiness. You see, these are all tunnels. They dug them back in Parsimus Divine times. Right through the asteroid. Sure, it's warm under the crematorium furnace. They barely burn anyone up there, but they do fire it up often enough. And that's good for us. Sometimes an odd smell makes it through the vents, like they're making roast. Makes your mouth water. What can you do? That's the cost of comfort for you. I'm feeling kind today. Here for your help with the fire. Give alms. Thank you kindly. Something to buy a bit of food with. I must take my leave. May the Emperor help you and guide you out. Return and demand answers.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Vagabonds. The word on the tent reads temple. Inside is a tiny makeshift altar with candles on it. The cleanest and most well-kept structure in the vicinity.
Know your duty. We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Low capacity fuel.
The Divine watches over us. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Cast your eye there.
Book of Lorgar Cup. A word scribbled on the side of the 10th library. Life of Saint Drusus, High Gothic alphabet.
Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end.
Unexpected result.
The Divine watches over us.
A horrible stench reaches your nostrils long before you see its source, a corridor where punctured pipes and these gorging streams of murky sludge. In the distance you see the lever that opens the doors leading outside. The only way to reach it is by submerging yourself in the sludge. I'm too old for this shit. I think I'm going to be sick. Do I understand the reason for this deliberation correctly? We're deciding which one of us should plunge into the mire to open the door. Heinrichs, if you don't mind. Cassia, even delicate nobles can benefit from learning of a darker sides of life. Please proceed to the lever. As everyone knows, the person who does all the dirty work for the rogue trader is his seneschal. Argenta, how are a stroll through this delightful muck? Pascal, matters of technology are your forte, which means you're going for the lever. As everyone knows, the person who does all the dirty work for the rogue trader is his seneschal. I serve House von Valancius. Abelard salutes you and marches onward with dignity. Yo. Abelard does the dirty work for the rogue trader. That's your job. He only has one job.
Nothing's impossible for this
With each
officer.
step,
See,
I forge my destiny among the stars.
A large cavity.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Cavity contains a staggering amount.
My success is an irrefutable.
A fine Amazon from Parsimus Divine personal collection. Then we got a knuckle guard. Grants bonus to weapon skill, also grants any equipped melee weapons plus 5% arm pen. And plus 2 damage. A Wanderer's Portent. Children of Assyrian. One-handed range weapon. Laser. Dodge. Until the end of round. Weapon skill on Heinrichs. And bigger damage.
This is beyond me.
What's the point of it? Children of Asurian. Eldari weapon proficiency. Movement points increased by +3.
We are bound by the blood of masses.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
My Auspex has detected something.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let us walk this path to the end.
Duty prevails.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Back to the funeral.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Sort of parts for voice shield arrays.
Know your duty.
Reduces wounds by -10%, but increases critical hit chance by 3 times toughness bonus percentage. -10%, 5, 52 HP. But increases damage by toughness bonus. No critical hit chance, you're gonna crit more often. Critical hit chance increased. Are you fucking sure about it? 3 times toughness bonus? 75 critical hit chance? 75% critical hit chance? Are you sure about this? That's a bit broke. For each bonus point of toughness, character will gain +10% wounds.
attention.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Move it, I said move it. If the inspection gets to the circuit station before we do, I'll have all of you recycled. Yelling your brains out at servitors won't make them work faster. You know, another way to get a lazy brews to shift themselves? I'm all ears. If the inspection sees a circuit station without a unit, they'll go to Bloodheim with this. And if Bloodheim finds out, he won't mince words. He'll have us the old Casbelican severance. As in, kick us out of the trash chute without a void suit. Simmer down, we'll be fine. Back in my transport days, I showed inspection the same protection screen on 8 different sites. Never got busted once. I seriously doubt that the Bloodheim inspectors are any more diligent. They'll fall for a 1 support unit on 3 circuit stations, they won't notice a thing. Better worry about selling the 2 units with Barrow. Who the throne is that? This goes beyond a violation of the right of operation. It downright stinks. Hello, I'm Fidelia. I have no idea who that is, believe it or not, neither do I. The 2 strangers glance at each other in disbelief and reach for the weapon. Just who are you and what are you doing here? We're from football station services, carrying out our scheduled maintenance. You're not gonna believe that, are you? You heard everything. I promised my wife I could go a month without a murder. Too bad. I'd rather break my word than go to the leader's bedside. Look, all I did was stop by a funeral and introduce myself as Fidelio. Because of this, some people have attempted to burn me alive, others have drenched me in swill, and now thieving utility workers want to murder me. This is starting to feel like a bad joke. How about I just go on my merry way? You dare threaten one of the Von Valancius dynasty, you will pay for this. Von Va... whatever.
The impure cannot escape
7
their
of them.
fate.
Servitors, clerks. Oh man, this game should be easy. Ugh.
And so shall it be done. I will not be deterred.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Nope.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Fucking prone. No playing today.
Doubt is for the weak.
I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You need to fix this, Grand Strategist, okay? Just better placement, where I can rotate the tiles, where they can merge in with obstacles and so on. It needs to be fixed, because it is important ASAP.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Let's see to it.
The pet minuta.
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Penetrates.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Doubt is for the weak.
Lucky motherfucker.
Rejoice in service.
Running binary override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. My vow is to serve.
not accustomed to being ordered around.
As the Emperor commands, I act. What is prayer?
Get me a target. Naturally. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory. Your reckoning on momentum. But of course, Lord Captain. Someone's death wish is mine to grant. I need a foothold. I won't object to it. Let's see to it. The Emperor is on our side.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Goddamn over penetration.
Doubt is for the weak.
The Emperor commands. And so it shall be done. I will not be deterred.
As the Emperor commands, I act. It escaped the Emperor.
Monster.
Rejoice in service.
Advancing. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Goddamn traps, trigger attack of opportunity. The hell no, future.
It will be done.
Boom!
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
If I may. Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. am a navigator, not a servitor.
Holy shit, overpenetrates you, Heinrichs.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I had to move down there. Let's see.
I won't object to it. But of course, done with this one.
Made monsters.
My collects are failing.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Dedicated.
Easy. And hello.
Let us walk this path to the end.
We have no time to lose.
I can live without agility. It's an old injury. We can go and do the funeral fight. Short pause. My wife prepared dinner. I need to eat. Be right back in like 5 to 10 minutes. Where were we?
The Divine watches over us.
Fidelio. What's with the air here?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
My wife prepared
No
spaghetti.
duty.
Bolognese spaghetti. We got a huge level ahead of us. Huge one. Without a salad. I usually never eat salad during pasta, spaghettis and so on. Ever. It's not a thing in my country at all. It's either meat or cheese. Never a salad. Ever.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Let us walk this path to the end.
Level up.
For the Emperor.
We got a talent. Bunch of talents. Assign objective. Target receives 7% more damage from any source. Right now, primary objective looks like the way to go. We're gonna check all other talents as well, what's good, what's not, but this looks like the way to go. Abilities where the tactician has the tactician fellowship bonus, more stacks of tactical advantage. Faster momentum build up. Nerves of steel. Additional stacks of tactical advantage. Equal to the number of enemies. This is aggressive, Master Tactician. Need a linchpin. You gain an extra turn as a Master Tactician whenever an ally uses a heroic act in combat and finishes their turn. You play immediately after them. In the hero footsteps is absolutely crazy good, and I would probably need to take it for the next talent after the buff for the ability. Because it's huge. Absolutely huge. It's great as well. That makes Jaya Hildari useless. What you said right now, that you need mods to completely reset companions, that makes Hildari completely useless. Jaya is utter garbage. Unplayable garbage. In that case. Everyone else are fine. Okay. But she is complete garbage. They could use my build for Jai, because she is an officer. They could easily use my build for the base. And the problem is solved. We're going with 7% more damage from any source on the assigned objective. After that, it's definitely, there is no second thought in the hero's footsteps. I love it. I absolutely love it. Fellowship bonus divided by 3. All movement points. primary objective. Now Pascal goes with a trap. Where's the trap buff? We are looking for set the trap. We don't need anything else. Reset the trap. When you immobilize, all allies gain 3+ bounty hunter perception bonus critical hit chance against enemies affected with one or more following effects: prey, trailed, or immobilize. I got all. Bounce is nice. We go with bounce. Wall of Rockcrit will become Wall of Perocrit. Just like that. Devastating attack. Becomes a breaking attack. Reduce target armor and toughness until the end of combat, but it does not stack. We're gonna go with a breaking attack. There is no need to read anything further. Again, the ability you're using is the one you wanna upgrade immediately on everyone. The Sea of Souls sounds great. Threads and falls is absolutely great. When I can't move them with a navigator, the rest of companions will receive critical hit chance against those that did not move. They dodged through perception. Extremely good survival. Very good. -10 penalty to next resistance test from the navigator powers. Open the warp is great. If the navigator willpower is higher than toughness, navigator wounds are calculated according to the willpower, and she makes all of the resist tests better with willpower. It's so freaking good. There's like 3 or 4 navigator powers that are absolutely insane, man. This is insane. It needs to be nerfed. Navigator power, pot power deal additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the navigator's currently equipped staff. Jesus Christ. I can opt in for more damage, for defense, for wounds, for dodge. Theoretically speaking, she doesn't even need a single talent out of all of this. Combat tactics bonuses are increased by intelligence fellowship bonus divided by 2 if the area was not moved for 2 rounds. I rarely move areas. Frontline area buff. There's easily 10 and above talents that are great. Easily. I am curious about damage output. With tenacity. You don't know which one is better though. I'm gonna go with damage. Then I'm gonna go with toughness. Transform it into willpower. Agility into perception. We raise health, we raise dodge, and we raise damage with this, and then we go with allies benefits on crits. And then we can opt in for 1 battlefield. I guess the front line. You don't know which one is better, like literally everything is great. And for the assassin, elusive. Where is it? Elusive. Exquisive. Esquive. If the assassin is elusive at the start of their turn, they're gonna gain movement points and lethality until the end of their turn. Elusive speed. Reduce target dodge and dodge reduction when it stacks. Inevitable enervation. It's also very good. Reduce target armor and dodge until the end of assassin's turn does not stack. Nimble is also great.
Remember, innocence proves nothing. What is it, rogue trader?
Reduce target dodge and dodge reduction, and it stacks by each use. And then we're gonna go with elusive. The next one, all of them receive ultis. Let's finish with Fidelity.
Tread carefully, rogue trader.
There's a lot of great talent, especially on Cassia. Whenever you receive a new companion, it automatically becomes of your level. No matter if you play with them or not, later on they follow in experience. Do I find the game any good? Just the game of the year contender. Strong one, top 3 I say, for 2023. Just that. Is there respect? Yes, there is.
Let the faith guide my path.
Back to the funeral.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
As soon as you appear, a dozen eyes and guns shift in your direction. The guests of the ceremony no longer pretend to be peaceful mourners. They are, however, stunned to see you. I don't believe it, you had the nerve to come back. after you tumble through the flames. Sandegen, I hate you, you hate me, but maybe we can set aside our differences for the sake of our mutual target, so to speak. Finally, boy, you're showing some signs of being your father's son. Danes would never beat around the bush with rivals. Shoot their head off and be done with it. Anyway, I accept your proposal. We tried killing you quietly, that didn't work out, so we'll just kill you plain and simple like. This is footfall for the throne's sake. Bye bye, Fidelia. I don't quite know how to explain it to you all, but I'm actually not Fidelio. Anyone would say that looking down at the barrels of guns. Let's do that.
I will cast you into eternal darkness. I will take you down. Actions will speak louder than words. The Emperor commands.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
What the bug on Cassia, man? She easily didn't play. There was a bug. That was a fucking bug. Keep the turn. I couldn't use abilities. Bullshit.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Grovel before the faithful. I'll turn you into corpse starch. will not be deterred.
She can play.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? Now you're clad in scarlet. If I may.
Has been hard.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I have read tomes of military tactics.
My worst day. Yet.
Brutto. Brutto. It just became 10 times hard.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. Strike is a threat. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I am his will made manifest. I'll do it. I will not. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act. Dedicated.
Hallelujah.
Faith without deeds is worthless. To my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request approved. Running binary override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
Left and right, left and right.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Have been judged and found wanting.
Oh. Too bad Abelard fell. It's unfair that one shot.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it.
Emperor, give me strength.
But of course,
Lord Captain.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
You dare give up now?
Under illusion.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Under fucking illusion, the stupid clerk.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
90%. 90%.
Doubt is for the weak.
Fuck are you doing with 90%?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
My vow is to serve. Request approved. Running binaric override. Requests approved.
Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
I'll do it. Escape the Emperor's. This is unacceptable. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll do it.
Oh, he fell down, man.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My competences are not that universal. Running binary override.
The Emperor commands. And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for crocodile with grace, at least?
Goddamn freaking sniper. They love putting snipers outside. Love it. On every fight.
If I may.
Strike is a prayer.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. Guided by faith.
Request approved. The Omniscient comprehends all.
Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Rejoice in service.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
straight into a trap. But immobilize needs to work, it's bugged out. They need to work on a trap. I picked the only ability that's bugged in the game, man. And I picked it because I was that curious about it. Damn.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Step aside.
I hope.
The navigator is coming.
I really hope that I can at least shoot at him.
Isn't this a job for the serf?
Okay, we're gonna finish the fight even though it's bugged. Said the trap is completely bugged. I will need to reset Pascal.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak.
Easy fight. I was extremely aggressive with melees. Could have been better, but whatever. Profit Factor 5. Crematorium going to have its hands full today. Stop shooting. Finish Dagon, finish Cass, finish them both. Treat their wounds, I'm not in a killing mood. Well, as the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. We still have an important bit of business to take care of. Are we done with the firing squads? I would like to finally resolve the matter of Dan's inheritance, and after that, giving a proper send-off. And so, according to the deceased's will, all of Belardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelia, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. I still have a question who in the name of the Golden Throne is Fidelia. Benevolent gentleman here who truly loved dance is his granddaughter, Adelia Belardo. She inherits his fortune. I'm Fidelia and I wish to claim my inheritance. Who the fuck is Fidelia? If Fidelia were here, they were to know about their status as the heir, they would have made themselves known by now. And if it's not you, sir, then I suppose we'll never know the truth, but we can make our own truth, can't we? From football, names and ideas are traded and used here in every way imaginable. And so all that remains is to recognize you as Fidelia. The only one here who truly loved dance is his granddaughter, Adelia Belardo. She inherits his fortune. The name on the will is Fidelia, but all his life Dan spent on laws. I think he'd understand. The old man sure as throne didn't expect this. The money is mine. Don't worry, sweetheart, Daddy will help you put your grandpa riches to good use. Cass, have you finally gone deaf from all the drinking? The inheritance is Adelia's, not yours. If you make any attempt to coerce her, I, as Dan's executor, will be forced to take steps. I see all you have to do is for an Cass, eh? I'm afraid you leave me no choice. Daddy, get up, I'll give you the inheritance. Demons take you, Cass. Threatening to murder your own daughter at your old man's funeral was a new low for you. You always were useless waste, even in your final moments. Examine the servitor. Servitor was once a woman is kneeling motionless and showing no signs of life. Two charred holes where the eyes once were. Some malfunction must have burned its brain from the inside. Its face bears a peaceful smile. Why did this servitor attack Cass? I think that's one of Dan's house servitors. Cass brought them to the funeral. Didn't mutter something about repentance. If you're not Fidelia, then maybe the servitors are a mystery heir. Dan's last step in the face of all the bloodsuckers who are gathered here. Sounds like Dan's to me. Survived attacked his half-wit son. That's anyone's guess. What happens now? She's got no one left now. Her mother ran off to the edge of the galaxy, and her father, well, you saw it yourself. I look after her until she's grown up. I think I need to spell it out for you, a little girl with a tremendous fortune. Might as well paint a target on her forehead. If I take Adelia in, no one will dare to hurt her. Courtesy of reputation that my turbulent past had earned. And if they do there, well, I might also help not to squander her whole fortune. Maybe even earn something extra both for herself and you. I think the best investment would be a merchant ship. I'll teach her the basics of void pairing, find some reliable suppliers, pull a few strings in the administrative. She'll have herself a decent enterprise. So what we do now? Goodbye to my old friend. Crematorium is a bit wrecked, but who needs a crematorium? Dan's loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. They didn't call him Jericum Dance for nothing. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure a jerrycan of promethium on footfall. Want to stay and watch? With pleasure. Get it started. How do we start with Benevolentia and Imperium? Let me see. Imperialis needs a tad bit more, but Benevolentia one more and we got Master of Command. In the first round of every combat, Rogue Trader and their allies gain +2 Rogue Trader Benevolentia rank additional movement points. Nice. 2 plus Benevolentia rank, 2 plus 2. 4 movement points on everyone. And when I reach Absolution, all critical hits scored by Rogue Trader party inflict burn. In additional fire damage suffered by enemies is increased by +1 for each conviction Imperialis. What we got now is allies gain 10% chance to survive with a wound instead of falling unconscious, that's whatever. Allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. That's low. So much from Fidelia. Look, I believe I don't need to report every single one because I am talking about it and I'm quite sure what needs to be done. This part, okay, overlapping units on the same tile. Charge needs to be a bit more polished. What else? Trap from the bounty hunter. It needs animation, it needs polish, it needs clearance of what it does exactly. And you need to be able to see where you place the trap on a tile, so I can see where the trap is. You need a talent for a trap. Every single ability in the game, no matter archetype, no matter what ability you take, it has a talent to enhance the ability. There is no talent to enhance set the trap ability from the bounty hunter. And that's about it for now. Oh! We're up to Koronus Expanse for the very first time, by the way. In less than 2 minutes. If I tried offensive psyker like Ignite, I think you try, it works. But right now, Cassia is... I don't know how to describe Cassia. I believe she's beyond broken. The hardest fight so far is the Chaos Marine at the end of Act 1. Those bombardiers were also crazy in the Shadow Quarters. But basically the last 5-6 fights it was a stump. I'm not even strategizing anymore on unfairs, which also means that unfair needs to go up in difficulty. It really needs to go up in difficulty, it's not enough. Because now I'm, you know, I'm playing unfair like it's core at the moment. That needs to go drastically up.
With each step, I forge my destiny.
I would say every fight needs to be buffed. Chaos Marine should be like 10% easier only. Because Chaos Marine is like above unfair. That's how it feels like it's above unfair compared to all other fights. We'll see now when I get out. I hope I'm gonna see increase in the difficulty. I really hope so. Anyways, we did everything that exists on football. What did I miss? What did I miss? There should be a chest here.
Guides my path to glory.
Where's the chest? Why do you show the chest? Where is it? Is it bugged? Casbelard. Where is Casbelard?
The divine watch.
Casbelard bugged out.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The Koronus Expanse. Should I go to Hey, I got profit back.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Let's go to Vladar first. See if I can trade for something. Buying everything there is, then we can go. Koronus Expanse. I got a profit back.
Stars.
Recognize one Calyx. Accompanying the rogue trader, pay no mind to my presence. I found and I neutralized the Enver's agitator-in-chief. A man who introduces as a servant fell short, asked to have a word with me, and then imagined the odds, someone blew his brains out. Enver's again, I presume. Beginning to resent how frequently the people I converse with on the station wind up dead. It is indeed lamentable. 27, eh? Nothing with him.
Let the faith guide my path to
I
glory.
got some XP for free. That's fine. Anything for 27 profit factor here. We buy everything we can before we leave football. Because there's a lot to do after it.
The divine watches over us.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Seven, 21, 23, 26. What do you want, Drusians? Heretic, Xeno, holy gifts. Jewelry. Gifts. Arranged. Arranged, melee arranged. Sanctified staff. Emperor's Wrath. I'm that curious about it. Two, 3, 29, 27. Wear against 50% bonus to damage against enemies that dealt damage to the wearer this round. Nah. But staff is... It sounds nice, but look at the reputation and how much you need to sell, man. They're the greediest out of them all for trading. Play as a Sanctic Psyker. Whatever. Back to the bar. Then to Optica. And then to Koronus Expanse. The hunt for knowledge available at the Calfaro. There was a rumor, yeah. Hey, now speaking about it, I'll get Jai. The biggest freaking problem in the game, okay? You need to be able to receive Jaya from level 1 and level her up on your own. There's like 4 useless talents on Jai. 4 useless talents. Once you respec, you should be able to respec from level 1.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I don't see myself playing with her. At least not on unfair. Bennett's Knife. When a Willer attacks with any ranged at the 1 cell range, the attack also inflicts bleeding. Intoxicating elixirs. And a Navy Swashbuckler. Parry reduction, armor penetration for melee. Good on Abelard. Very good. Basically, it's a cloak for Abelard.
Let us walk this path to the end.
What about Gorday's Cattle? There truly was a cache hidden in the old bridge. Sadly, it had been plundered already. I found a hidden nuke inside the lantern and had clues to the whereabouts of other caches. Stop searching.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
To the dock. We'll finish with Opticon. And perhaps we can go for the... I forgot the name of the map, man. In the Koronus Expanse. The derelict voidship, was it? We could try derelict voidship. It's a great dungeon. What does it mean? It means that you deal bleeding. Yeah, Sniper is the bigger problem than the Chaos Marine. Although Chaos Marine also can crit for 150, but still, Sniper is a problem. Huge problem. It's unreal.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. The Divine watches over us. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
The Alagama refugees. Would you look at this, man? What happened on Kiawagama and how did you end up here? Tell you everything back in a square, things are rough on Kiawagama. Maybe there isn't Kiawagama anymore. Planet was attacked by a horde of heretics. They shouted unholy prayers and cut down people left and right. Heard everything from orbit, listening to Rock's cast. After another. We realized there wasn't anything left to save, so we thought we'd run. But then it was like our crew went mad. The captain smashed his own head against a cogitator. So did a half of the officers. Everyone who survived did their best to steer the ship into the warp, and here we are. The 3 ships made it out alive, ours being one of them. We don't know what happened to the other 2, they never made it to footfall. Maybe they disappeared in the warp. Corrupted Vox casts, special breed of heresy that requires knowledge of the unholy arts. Kiawagama could have fallen under the influence of a twisted tech priests. Having once succumbed to corruption, they forget all limitations imposed by fate and delve into unbridled and dangerous research. what became of the ship that you used to get here. It is the property of one Valencia's dynasty. Apologies, we couldn't save it. Ship was damaged during the escape. We're lucky it got us all the way to Footfall. To the far docks. The map of the Expanse was revealed to me before the Sea of Souls roiled and tangled the pots. How did you desperate ones reach Footfall all the way from the Kranach system without a navigate? Acquired cargo and then what the fuck? What cargo? Oof. Gave my worthless words. We were feeling our way in the dark, you could say. We had some old maps. Prayed to the God Emperor day and night while our helmsmen plotted the course. A miracle it must have been, your worship. You were hurling accusations at your masters. That is a sign of treason, must be punished accordingly. Do you realize this? Please have mercy, a few idiots shouted some things, that's all. We shut them up ourselves already. It was their grief and fear talking. Don't punish the rest of us for it. Operation directive of the Adeptus Mechanicus was likewise registered. Denial is meaningless. You're pardoned, you may board my ship and continue to serve on Valancius' dynasty. Giving you 1 hour to hand the ones shouting profanities over to the enforcers of my ship. They will be executed, the rest of you are free to go. All those who shouted profanities are to be handed over to the enforcers on my ship. They will be executed, the rest may join my ship's crew. We are with Imperialis here. It will be done. Since we're here, let's check up the
Let us walk this path to the end.
Georgian manual grants the owner toughness bonus to medikit. Grants toughness bonus movement points after using a medkit. Mobile extracticums 35. Goddamn, why are they so freaking expensive now? Large medkits 52. Holy heretic Xeno jewelry. Pattern plasma pistol. I don't need large medkits. Not right now, at least. Now let me see for that stupid rumor man. Should have been here somewhere. I forgot since beta. I know it was somewhere around. Container from Janus.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
How many times I've been here so far?
The divine watches over us.
I mean, I'm gonna come back to football later as well, so I can do it then.
Know your duty.
I forgot where it was. Let's check the Koronus Expanse for the very first time. I'm more curious about Koronus Expanse. If you ask me, we need more maps like Derelict Voidship. More maps like that. Classic dungeon crawling maps. More huge void ships. That's what a game needs the most. Because it's epic. With more buses. Now, there is nothing to do. There's only Koronus left. We're gonna see ship battles now, yeah. Check the Drusus blessing. Check the dead world. This is for the ship upgrades. Imperial Navy needs trophies from the ship combat. Can we analyze the dead world? Extract codes. To analyze. Map of the Koronus Expanse. Look at how the game opens up now. Boom! Hey, it's not purple anymore. Yeah, I know. Come on. Why is it not purple anymore? Color changed. You still can't zoom out the map. You can zoom it in, but you can't zoom it out. And it looks bigger than I remember. Even bigger. Art style is like, it's really amazing. Really amazing. But to me, kinda looks different. I don't know, is it because of the color? Or there were some changes? I would need to check beta version as well. But it does look different. Details are also crazy around the Koronus Expanse map. Astra Cartographica. It's really good. It's really good. All I wish to see is to zoom out and see it on the entire screen. Okay, to completely zoom out and see the entire Koronus Expanse on one screen. That would be great. Yeah. It needs a zoom out because the artwork is absolutely great. I mean, I can do it without them zooming it out, but it's gonna be a picture. I can easily do it if I want to. Then give you the full picture. Maybe even tomorrow. Just so everyone can see. Would you love seeing the full map? I think I can do it. Chart new route. It looks better, man. Holy shit, it's smoother. It looks better. Oh man, nice. Nice. Sånt stump. The Ma. Uncharted. Where do we go first? We go to Soto's tomb, eh? Warp! Chart! Delicos Epsilon. Yams. Let's get it. Soto's tomb. Begin. Plus steel. Use Extractico. Soto's tomb. Imperium cartographers and chroniclers know this place well. Long ago, the planet was a prosperous outpost capable of eclipsing even footfall. There used to be a Cyclopean tomb station in its orbit, the final resting place of Cornelius Soto, one of the discoverers of the Koronus Expanse. The tomb gave its name to the entire system. However, about 400 years ago, an unknown cosmic body rammed into the station, causing it to collapse onto the planet. Not only did the catastrophe kill the settlers, it also made the world uninhabitable for centuries. The crater formed by the station impact can still be observed from orbit. Soto's tomb became a sepulchre for the entire planet. This sordid place has neither life nor loot, but knowing the nasty tricks that life can pull is a treasure in its own right. Identified object, space dust. Cargo. Some fuel. Hulk. Inevitable triumph. This is a rumor. Monocle grants wearer plus 15 bonus to commerce. That one you wanna trade. Okay. And cargo. Great. You can see what you're mining from the planet. We ignore this. Fuck commerce. I mean, restart the entire game, but let's. Let's give it a shot. I only restarted for 5 hours. That needs to be fixed. Hulk. Will it work now? Will it work if I get on a bridge then go back? Irritate me so freaking much. I can't stand when I can collect something. Back. Aviorus. The route is unsafe. Warp it. I wish to inform you that sacred rituals addressed to the spirit of the ship have been performed. Techno-liturgy and the rite of machine blessing ended with an info meditation in order to comprehend the nature of the miracles sent down by the Messiah. Acquisition of sacred knowledge has not been recorded. How the spirit of the voidship was able to call upon the power of the machine god and activate the warp drive remains an unknown. Yet during my meditative ritual, the Messiah gave me an equally valuable revelation. The sacred spirit that lives in the bowels of the ship mechanisms differs from the other analogous forms. This spirit holds a unique power that cannot be called anything less than a blessing of the machine god. Translate. Hypothesis: in extremis, the ship spirit is capable of making unpredictable calculations and actions. It is impossible to predict how it will behave in any given situation, but I believe the spirit is currently showing obedience, at least for now. I recommend that we continue monitoring the ship and be prepared for new manifestations. Remind me what you wanted to find out. The ship's warp engine was filled with emotive force despite the mess of computational errors. A true technological miracle was achieved. No doubt it was the grace of the Messiah, but no such occurrences have been described in the capital before. Hope to gain sacred knowledge of the nature of what happened and embark on past research and prayer. The Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Shall we? Shard. Telicus Epsilon dangerous route. Trinitos. The Ma. Let's visit. Adamantium. Extract. Unique events. Small human dwelling stands on this barren, deserted planet. Scout reported an old hermit lives there, who spends his days in prayer to the Emperor. Asks the old hermit for a blessing. The lore kept him surprised. The old hermit turned out to be a navigator, and when the old man discovered the noble status of his visitor, he willingly recounted his tale. He retreated to this planet long ago, back when he was still in his youth, after he had realized that his mind would not withstand frequent forays into the Imperium, the realm of the archenemy. The hermit spoke with pride about how he had worshipped the Emperor each and every moment of his life, but when he mentioned the golden light of the Astronomicon, his voice quivered. When his guests left, he stared after them for a long time, his gaze filled with sadness. To the... whatever the hell this is, a drifting voidship, I think that's the thing we wanted. And I hope I'm strong enough. Zarmaga, burned out planet. It looks great. Agents. Extract. I got 2 extracting hooks left. Smuggler cache with frags. Cargo. Gas giant added to the worlds of the Expanse. Burning dead, gas, ice, jungle, rocky, steppe. Eldari, Archaeotech, Astronomica, Suriani, Chaos, Craftworld of Carib, Psyker, Warp, Webway, Xenos. Everyone that wants to learn about the game has everything in a Corpus Valancius. Absolutely everything. Every single word. Let me see if that's the ship that I wanted. If it is, I don't know if I'm strong enough or unfair for the boss. Jesus Christ, I think it is. Drifting with ship. We're in for a very tough map. Very, very tough map. It's not only the boss, it's to reach the... That's the one. That's the one. It's to reach the boss without injuries. There's also that. Strike. 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 Ship battled, you'll see it tomorrow. Today. Yes. And we've seen how Koronus Expanse looks like. Better. Way much better than it used to be. I love it.
No.
Oh man, this man. I can only imagine the boss. I hope I'm strong enough, I should be.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
A formidable looking door blocks the way into the next module, covered in scratches as if someone clawed at the cold metal for a very long time. The door does not respond to your touch and stands fast, refusing to open. Writing above the doorway reads Main Computing Cathedral. The tech priest blesses himself with a protective symbol, his hand visibly shaking. Shield us, O machine god, from the evil that has taken hold of your temple. Save us, preserve us from the corruption, show us the way. The sacred metal that bars our path is weakened. Let us appeal to the machine spirit of one of the generators so the metal may drink from its blessed energies. There should be one hidden somewhere in this module. What's the evil you mentioned? The tech priest says nothing for a while, then his vox comes to life, but the voice is hoarse, punctuated by static and interference. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. I'm merely his servant. I cannot discern what has stricken the abode of the machine god, but I do sense a distortion of the structure, disfigurement of molecular order. Ship is sick. Further conversing is unproductive. The will of the Omniscient has brought us to these doors, thus our task is clear. Search for a way to proceed beyond so we can discover means of cleansing these holes. Inspect the door mechanism. The door and the entire jetty section of the module have no power. There must be a backup generator somewhere nearby. Once you turn it on, you should be able to proceed. Look around. Main thing that catches your eye about this place is the state of the wall panels by the door. They bear numerous scratches, 5 in a row, resembling claw marks. Some of the panels look like they could fall off any moment. Here and there you see the occasional sparks and crackling of damaged wires behind them.
The Divine watches over us.
Jesus Christ, isn't there supposed to be a check here? Are the checks so freaking hard right now for unfair?
Let us walk this path to the
Hey,
end.
or is it changed? How am I supposed to know? Who's got a freaking awareness? Control. Grants the owner toughness bonus to medic. Toughness bonus to medic. Reduce wounds, increases critical hit chance by toughness. Ring weapon. Okay. Code grants wear 10 to parry reduction, 5 to armor penetration for melee. When the wielder attacks with any ranged weapon at a 1-cell range, the attack also inflicts bleeding. Where a melee attack in combat can't be parried or dodged. But only the first one. Increases melee attack damage against demon enemies by +2. The wearer has the Imperialis conviction, the damage is increased by 4 instead. Parry reduction, armor penetration, scarf. 20 bonus to coercion, applies -5 penalty to awareness. Where the wearer scores a crit with a pistol, the next attack with a pistol costs 0. Hereticus, emergency. Taunting scream. It's not only the trap that needs work. Taunting scream needs work as well. It doesn't calculate like it's supposed to, and I can't see the animation. I can't see who I taunted. I can't see the willpower checks in description. So it said the trap and the taunting scream abilities that need work. Immune to burning. Enemy suffer -15 dodge against 2 additional damage from wearer's grenades. Run and gun. Range attacks. Attacks of opportunity deal additional agility. Grants alert and parry. Whenever you get an injured or fall unconscious in combat, allies gain +1 bonus to damage. Immune to damage from the wearer's grenades. And additional damage from grenades. Hit chance against Xeno. Endure. Already got a lot of cool stuff. Bunch of great items right now. Medium Enforcer. Against melee agility. Look.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Pay attention.
Holy shit. Holy shit with awareness checks. Bloody knew it.
The burden of failure.
Hey,
is the
come
most
on.
Terrible punishment.
Troll. It's rough and unfair for those checks. Because you can't dream about where they are. This is just the one that I knew, so I was like, let's load and see.
Never doubt me.
But it's tough. Tough to spot hidden gear.
Know your duty.
You need to know what it is for unfair. On easier difficulties, and then you go with checks when you play.
My knowledge.
It's very tough. I can already feel how freaking tough it is with skill checks.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
And there's a lot of secrets on a level, by the way. A lot. Stomach turning bloody smears on the wall form a malevolent symbol.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Enter the main computing cathedral. There's also traps.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Priest. Omnissiah Grace has forsaken this place and his brethren. need
We shall
awareness up.
reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Imagination's playing tricks on you. To open the damaged door.
Operation successful.
Oh, Messiah, the hour is upon us.
Cast your eye there.
That's definitely a wall that I could not spot. I need to load a few times until I spot a wall. It's easy when you know what to expect. But from Act 3 and beyond, how the fuck will I know what to expect? And where is the hidden passage with this?
Right there.
Come on. I wonder what's the check?
Know your duty.
Pay attention.
Bloody bullshit.
Let us walk this path to the end.
How do I like the game? I like it a lot. Would be the best game that I played in 2023.
Let the faith guide my path to
Try
glory.
once more, I think it's impossible.
We are bound by the blood of masters.
Nothing escapes
Is it
my
changed?
sight.
It looks like it could be changed. I don't know anymore, man. Yeah, can I see the now with error? Maybe once the combat starts, they're gonna open it. I don't know, I forgot.
Shameful failure.
Yes, I identified the trap, another one.
When knowledge.
You're a tech magus on a tech ship. Your entire life are cogitators, and you fail 3 fucking times in a row.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The divine watches over us.
See? Right there.
That ain't good.
Know your duty.
I need to reach the boss without injuries. That's primary objective. No fucking injuries. This has changed. This has changed. There should be more awareness here. And here. Weird, man. A lot has changed. Oh my. This is the House of Darkness and Corruption, you don't say. You don't say.
Ready for dating, bot.
Come on, you're a genius. Come on.
What a shameful failure.
Genius that fails every time. I enjoy the combat on unfair, but skill checks. Man.
The machine god grants me insight.
Behavior transforms is caused by no common mechanical malfunction. It's possible that because it's of supernatural origin.
Activating motive force reserves.
Come on. Oh my god. Imagine getting injuries out of traps before the fights even start.
I'm listening. Operation successful.
Who's gonna pass?
We function as one. Litany of reconnaissance recited. Damage is negligible.
Damages. As Pascal would say, damages. There's gotta be a way to pass this without injuries. There has to be a way. Hey.
I forged my destiny among the stars.
Calculating optimal route.
So now he calculates the optimal route.
Executing request.
Got the freaking power.
The Emperor protects.
That's all. Many modules providing power to the massive ship.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Lore Warp 13. What are the skill checks here? How's the boss gonna be?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I'm that curious.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
No, you didn't. Holy moly shit. I doubt it's doable. What the fuck with skill checks?
What a shame.
It's test like 3 times or so. It's 36.
Why? Haven't I studied hard enough?
Once more and that's it. I think skill checks are way too freaking high.
I beg your pardon.
Her lore warp is maxed out, is it? No. Close.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Broken nails and teeth are stuck in ragged grooves on a bulkhead. Someone made a frenzied attempt to scratch the blasphemous symbol into the metal, showing themselves the mercy. It looks amazing, and I want to see more maps like this.
With a feeling of
Let the fate
I don't walk well, what the headache is gone a long time ago. Yesterday. Only when it's very hot. Okay, today was cooler. And better. Immediately better.
Why?
Why? Because
is over us.
it's impossible. That's why.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Pay attention.
I'm restless.
But if you kill the tech priest before the battle, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
The Emperor sets my path.
Onward.
I better myself through my service.
Oh my god, with the multi-key it's 45%.
My knowledge has its limits.
Augmented gloves. 20 weapon skill and 50 strength flat. What the fuck? Really? Really? For real? Very an area. Weapon and strength. A lot except additional agility. That's for Heinrichs. Put it on Heinrichs. 65, so I can actually hit non-stop. I just don't know what to do with Heinrichs as far as the ranged weapon goes. Oh, we got a crack. Nice. Bunch of steam as well. Moist metal to the touch.
Let us walk this path.
Map is even better than it was, man. It was great in beta as well. Now it's so freaking good. And now we got poison. Ah.
Sacred technology breaks my heart.
Do I really need to pass through the fucking poison now?
My cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
Is there any way, man, not to receive injuries here? Any way?
Anything worthy of my attention.
need to heal up. Well, it's fresh wound. Need to use a medkit.
Know your duty.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium. Ugh, this master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
Reading damage to Orc.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Teleportation is terminated. Activating motive force reserves. My frail organics require this.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I'm at your service. My ears are ringing. A nice little stroll.
Backup generator 25 now. When you fail on a tech use. 25. Who's gonna succeed at these skill checks? Skill checks are harder than combat on unfair.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What is that?
Your seneschal is always there for you. At your beck and call. Light of terror, guide our way.
Unity to toxic damage, you just receive damage.
Field medicine at its finest.
Unreal!
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
We leveled up. Thank you, Saint. The moment I trigger this, and there is hidden stuff around as well, if they want to detect, it should be right over here.
Nothing escapes my
Demolition 50. Jesus Christ. Let's level up.
No
I think it's
suffering will
ultimate.
make me forget his sacred
Directly.
words.
Firestorm.
Burn the heretic.
There's nothing to level, you
Kill
just
the
receive ulti
mutants.
while hunt.
Purge the unclean.
Unyielding. Superiority. Take Called dispatch.
Duty prevails.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Jesus.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Please tune down skill checks on unfair. Just by a bit, but 10%. It doesn't matter, just tune them down a bit. Please. It's not combat, just tune them down. It's pain in the ass.
Join me in prayer.
She's got maxed out demolition.
Never
Of that
doubt
I'm
me.
sure.
The Emperor sets my path. The Emperor favors me today.
The Divine watches over us.
Okay, shit show is about to start. So we got 3 fights and no freaking injuries till we reach the boss.
My success is
That's imperative. No freaking injuries.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
The veil thickness is huge. Amazing amount of detail as well. Everywhere.
Know your duty.
What are the others?
Let the faith guide.
I only see servitors. Where? There you are, med lodges.
You are in the presence of House Orcelia. How can one find the right way without his light?
Look no further, whatever you wish.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
I'm watching your back. Always.
authorized.
My faith is my shield.
My faith is my shield.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
They don't care until you're in a fight.
Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline.
I guide humanity between the stars.
I'm restless.
Color the uncolored. If I may.
The impure cannot escape their fate. The Emperor commands.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, what on earth they can move this?
Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Yay, but I was not supposed to happen. That's definitely not supposed to happen. Anyways, where were we? What's even worse, they moved as well.
I'm afraid not.
They're not in cover anymore. It's even worse. They're in open now. They moved along with a trumpet.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
This is really bad. Cassia lost her turn again.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may.
Cast you into eternal darkness. Rejoice in service! Actions will speak louder than words.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
And you can't see Heinrichs.
Emperor, give me strength. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I won't object to it.
Stands against me.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Do not dare ask.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. My emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. I will do like you do.
Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. The Inquisition sends their regards.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Spiritual prognosis is favorable. Request approved. My vow. Request approved.
Hard. It's really hard. Seriously hard.
The undesired council comprehends all. Running binary override.
How will I pass this without injuries though?
I will not be deterred.
This one.
For the throne's glory. Naturally. I won't object to it.
Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands. Brace yourself, Camelot!
Help me, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
It's battlefield.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Inquisition sends their regards.
Oh my god.
Terror, smite your enemies.
In full cover, man. Oh, you get the fuck out. Are you serious with this? In full cover!
guided by faith. I'll do it. My Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
Get immobilized. Said the trap is bugged. I'm playing with a bug skill. Immobilize. Enemies should not be able to do this. Okay, passing through each other. You should not be able to do it. Abelard.
It will be done.
Shit! Brace now. Brace yourself, Abelard. You son of a bitch. Where's the charge? Overexerted? What are you?
The Emperor is on our side.
If I stand here, they're gonna destroy me.
Let's see to it.
But of course, Lord Captain, nothing stands against me.
The spiritual prognosis is favorable. Request approved. Explorers know one route. Forward. That is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I will not. Doubt is for the weak.
military tactics. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered as duty demands. If only that were possible. In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Like this. Another loss to the rescue.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
And so shall it be done.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
I will come to eternal darkness. The Emperor commands.
If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I'll do it.
So what is this? Jesus. So close.
Doubt is for the weak.
What? Okay, first time I have challenged since footfall.
Join me in prayer. The Emperor sets my path. Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Cannot escape their fate! And so it shall be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I mean, it's not like I'm doing something wrong, it's just fucking hard.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'll do it.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Running binaric override. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Shall be.
Get me a target. For the throne's glory. Let's see. Naturally. Inquisition sends their regards.
Get immobilized. It says immobilized effect applied. Why do you move? Cannot move. Why do you move?
Rejoice in service.
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Oh, shit. Shit.
I won't object to it.
Shit. Shit.
Actions will speak louder than words.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Next level will receive additional action point. It's huge, but you need to reach next level.
Pain and go hand in hand.
Whack a full tank under full cover. Whack him, why not?
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Emperor! That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Running binaric override. My vow to serve.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Keeps moving. Let's change plan. I can't go heads underweight is strong. Maybe they can one-shot Abelard, they can one-shot everyone. That's Abelard under buffs. Keep that in mind as well.
What advice do you seek? If such is the Emperor's will.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Do you require an audience?
What is it, rogue trader?
The Emperor protects!
Join me in prayer. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
I will cast you into eternal darkness! I will not be deterred.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm afraid not. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
Observing the loss of a unit.
I'm restless. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Grow before the faithful. The Emperor commands.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll do it. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Don't hurt them that much. Heinrichs, they won't be able to sleep tonight. You're OP. Don't do it anymore. Ever again.
Running binary override. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Request approved. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
mighty.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Follow my lead. Just a minor setback.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Don't frighten me.
Like, man. How can you miss that? Like, it's pigs that you fail.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
It's that fucking hard, 95%. Bring him down, he doesn't hit Cassia. The other one is under trap and they can move. They hit like a fucking truck. Stop!
Only in death does duty end.
This is just the first fight. There's additional fight and then the boss fight. You can win this with injuries, but we're gonna do later on. He needs to stop. He has to stop.
Doubt is for the weak.
Even when he stops, I don't know what to do.
As the Emperor
I'm dead.
commands, I act.
No. Stop. Stop!
I will avenge.
Servitor immobilize effect applied. It says the effect is applied. Source Pascal immobilized, and he fucking moves under immobilized. And what am I supposed to do now when they move under immobilized? What am I supposed to do now?
The enemies of the
You
Emperor
need
will
to
be
stop
undone.
there.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
Oh my god. No, he resisted. Let me see if he's gonna stop. Bakass, I just wanna check if he's gonna stop. No, I got him crippled, okay. You need to stop there. Immobilized, effect applied.
Our ranks diminish.
I need to play like a bitch. I can't play like this. I have to play like a bitch.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
For the Emperor.
The Emperor sets my path.
My faith is my shield.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Treba? Stavi ih, zatvorit samo kuhinju, stavi ih na oči, ih pojede malo kad završim, ću lepo. 1.36. Pa ti će stavljati sam. Pa će stavljati sam. Just stop. Stop.
A nice little stroke.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Do you require inquisitorial approval? Do I detect doubt in your voice?
The Emperor protects.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all.
Heresy grows from idleness.
Join me in prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Escape their fate. And so shall it be done. I will not be deterred.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. I'm not accustomed to being
Shit.
ordered around.
Okay. Shit.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
Everyone, step aside.
For the throne's glory.
Nothing stands against me. I won't object to it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty. Indeed. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Rejoice in service!
Let's see to it.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Hold on, Heinrich. Kilometers away shots. The Emperor protects. I need to drag his ass out. It has to work. It just has to work. I need him out.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Please work.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Those that are close by, I need to be able to drag them back. Go back. Back, you shits. Can you do it, Argenta?
Isn't this
Can
a
we
job
knock
for the
him off?
serfs?
As the Emperor
Come
commands,
on.
I act.
Come on.
My Emperor!
Poor kindness. Oh my god. Oh. The Emperor protects.
God, Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Argenta. Let's go, Argentina.
I'll do it.
That's it. We'll do it again. Hold your pants from snipers and we're good to go. I had to play like a bitch. It's impossible. I believe it's better to level up and get additional action point and then come to the ship. For sure I won't do it in a month when I play. Oh, we got a daring breach. I could eliminate if I want. I can even go down and do something else. There is a dispatch as well. %50 more damage cannot miss. Additional damage equal to 25% of the target missing wounds. It's a boss killer.
Naturally.
This is nice. I don't believe I need it. You can just go with
For the
horse.
throne's glory.
I will need it. But not that too.
I need a foothold. Let's see to it. I feel the power.
There one.
I won't object.
If I go down, I'm sacrificing Heinrichs. I could if I want to. And I can extract him. Let's.
Let's see to it.
I can still extract.
But of course, Lord Captain.
I hope I can. could try to knock them both out, but then Abelard is in the open.
A tactically sound
Shot.
approach.
I really need the extra action point, especially on Abelard.
At your back and call.
And so much from Abelard. He's dead.
Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done.
Let's see to it.
Actions will speak louder than words.
That moves now. A lot of bad moves. You can't go in the open. Tanks are useless on unfair. They're useless on unfair. I can't even think about going in the open. No matter how well it sounds, I can't go in the open.
It will be done. I will do my duty.
You can do with Abelard is yelling at their faces.
Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred. Actions will speak louder than words.
Dodge, Heinrich, dodge!
Is on our side.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
move. Чекаш? Верим. А? Keep going. Fuck. You fucking trolls. Please, now. It doesn't get harder than this fight, to be honest.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Hey, in line.
If I may.
Fuck you, shit. Heinrich safe. Yeah.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Let's go, urgent.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Holy fuck, my life.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Who plays? You can reach. Please! Come on! Like hitting a fucking brick wall. That thing is about to play now.
For the throne's glory.
Yeah. Some more jumps.
I won't object.
Excellent. Boom!
Naturally.
Abelard,
Tried and tested
can you
tactics
do
are the best.
something, anything, like anything at all, something useful, man? Please,
Indeed.
please. Do it again now and stop.
It will be done.
Of course, the freaking thing resists soul. What are we gonna do now? Skull plays. Who plays here? Herald. Mad. That thing plays after Cassia, so Cassia needs to deal with this, we need to deal with this.
And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service. The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Piece of shit. Piece of shit.
That's nothing worse.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
I am a navigator, not as another foe painted black. Me, if you insist, Lord. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Momentum.
Guided by faith.
Time to die, you shit.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. They're unreal.
Everyone, step aside.
Heinrich's literally winning the fight. What the fuck are you tanky that much?
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory. Holy terror, smite your enemies.
Careful.
Yo! Oh my god, the fuck.
I will not be deterred.
Follow my lead.
I won't hit Heinrichs. It's just too risky.
This is beyond me.
You missed that trumpet, Pascal. A freaking trumpet, man.
My vow is deserved.
Hold your pants. I can't believe they can actually miss.
Step aside.
Like
The
some alternate
navigator is
reality when they
coming.
miss. Come on. Come here. One second, I need to take a piss. Be right back. There we go. Oh! Crusader and Duelist coming to Darkest Dungeon 2. Really? I'm gonna start playing it once I see those two.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands.
Bloody hell, sit down, man. Let's go, Inquisitor!
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Oh my god, it's bugged.
Reckoning is due.
Yo! Charge! I hope you're gonna fix charge ASAP. Because it's one of the most used skills in the game.
Let's see.
It really needs a fix ASAP.
My place is at the fort. Indeed.
Indeed.
At your beck and call.
You're so fucked. I had enough of them, man. Disgusting fight.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Okay. Not a complete troll.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Would you mind getting out of
Isn't
there?
this a job for the serfs?
Resist it. Would you mind getting out of there? Again, you resist.
I will bathe
It's
this
unreal.
battlefield in righteous fury! Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Here you go. Thanks.
Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this.
If I may, try to die with grace, at least.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Without injuries, that's the most important. You wanna kill a boss at the end of this map, we cannot have a single injury.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Marksman, right? How long did this last? An hour? Hour and a half? Bloody hell. I would do it sooner if not for the set trap bug. That fucked me up like 3 times in a row. They should have been immobilized. I would do it like an hour earlier. I'm literally playing a build that doesn't work.
No.
Now the worst part. For the boss.
The Divine watches over us.
Dangerous. Traps. No one detects.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Detect, you fools, detect.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
It's a problem.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge. That works as well. Where are others?
Let us walk this path
There
to
you
the
are.
end.
Servitors, Magus, Tier 4, 200 HP. I can imagine the boss with that odds. How will that gonna look like? Fox skulls. I don't like it. I really don't like it.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Augustus Eterna, thanks for the follow.
Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. The Emperor commands. Defiance is eternal darkness. My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. Rejoice in service.
Request approved. Running binaric override. Request approved. Your prognosis is favorable. Running binaric override.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
The Emperor is on our side, naturally.
It will be done.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen! I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. My vow is served. Activate calculated fury algorithm.
And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice in service. Emperor commands. I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Running binaric override.
I won't object to it. Get me a target. But of course, Captain. Let's see to it.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call. It will be done.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you throwing now? Matt, come on!
We have one down.
He had to be immobilized. We're gonna do it tomorrow. We start. So, people, it's 2:30 a.m. I'm off to bed. I'm dead bloody tired. We're gonna continue this tomorrow. Anyways, that's gonna be it for tonight. Guys, next stream will be in around 16-17 hours from now. All in all, that's it for tonight. It was exhausting. And I'm freaking exhausted, to be honest. I picked a map to play, by the way. What else I wanted to say? Check the YouTube. I started to release additional guides from today. I forgot to say that. And don't forget to like the video on YouTube for the algorithm. Okay. Octopus Prime, thanks for the follow. And people, I wish you all good night. See ya back tomorrow, 16-17 hours from now.